right, so today's lesson, we're going to be talking with Greg about how you can do life in the private, where you're in control, but you still get to use the things that are in the public without compromising yourself. This is where I think a lot of people get confused or stuck. They think that being sovereign and outside of the system, so to speak, means that it's going to make life really, really difficult. A lot of people feel that that's way too complicated, so they just give up, but it's really not that difficult. Is it?
No, it's not. It's actually more simple than anyone would imagine. It's more simple than almost anyone else that's sharing any knowledge in these areas is making it seem as well. In fact, it's so simple, I would imagine that almost everyone watching this is already set up for it. But let's imagine a scenario. So you've already attained your perfect vision of being free. Just place yourself here for a minute. You're a man and a woman who lives their life fully in the private. You never surrender your authority to anyone. You've extracted yourself from the system entirely. Nothing that's going on in the world triggers any sense of fear in you. You are free. Just place yourself there for a minute. But let's say you still want to have the ability to be able to transact financially with others of mankind through convenient means. You know, you want to be able to engage in the financial system. You want to be able to use banks or whatever. So what do? And this is where people get stuck. They can't reconcile these two things. Generally, we get stuck kind of looking for complicated solutions. Yeah, because the mind naturally goes and looks for things as a complicated problem, this complicated solution. We find and all these different ideas, people out there wanting to influence us, got all these different solutions, making trusts, making entities, trying to figure out lawful processes or pretty much whatever else they can find that they think is going to help them do this thing that they want to do. But none of that is actually necessary. What I'm about to say isn't financial advice. It's one man sharing a little common sense with others of mankind. So literally all that's necessary is to open a bank account using a legal name, read the terms and conditions first, of course, and then put money in it. And that's it. So unless you've been living in a hole somewhere, you've probably already done that. Most people have a bank account already. Where people fall down with this, though, is that they think that by doing this, that it somehow makes the money in the account the property of the legal name or entity on the account. And therefore, that putting their money in the account and using that means that they're obligated to play along with all of the other kinds of nonsense that to do with that money. But it doesn't mean that. Unless it means that if in the bank account terms and conditions, it literally stipulates that the money in the account is automatically property of the account holder. But most accounts don't say that. Most terms and conditions don't say that. So here's the key thing to understand. The bank account belongs to the bank. It's not yours anyway. And it's in the name of the legal person that the system assigned to you. The property in the account, the money, that belongs to you, a man or woman. See the difference?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that what people don't realize is the difference between the legal fictitious entity and who they are as a living man or woman. And they conflate the two, and that's where they get stuck.
Yeah, and we've covered this in other lessons as well already, haven't we? That basic difference. But even when we've actually realized that, we just need to be reminded or actually see, oh, there is a difference between a container in which something is placed and the thing itself, treasure chest and the treasure inside. I can make use of a treasure chest, but the coins inside it are still mine if I've given them in the right terms. And I'm not losing myself. I'm being that man that sat at the board playing the game of chess, not on the board So with that perspective, the money that's in the account always remains our property as man or woman. No one else gets to decide what they do. No one can go and take it from there or require you to do anything with it. There's an assumption. You may allow an assumption that it belongs to a legal name, but all the time in the legal society, there are people that do hold funds in bank accounts that are not theirs. If you and I had an arrangement, Alec, where I was going to hold some money on trust for your kids or something like that, yeah? And you sent that to me. I could put that money in an account in my name, but it would still be your property, and we would still have an agreement on paper that it was the case.
Ironically, you mentioned trust. People do this type of thing with trusts all the time, which is ironic, right?
Yeah, exactly. So already in the world, that's how it works. There is no assumption that the property in a bank account belongs to the legal entity that is the name of the account. There isn't one. This is how easy it is to actually be free in the world. Use the systems of society, the organs of society. Read the terms and conditions, because you are bound by them. When you sign them, you are bound by them. You make their law your law. Whatever they state, you make that your law. So you need to comply with the conditions in any accounts that you take, because you sign when you open it to do that. You do make that your law. Take responsibility for seeing what you're a part of in the world and deciding if those terms are acceptable and whether you can use these things as a man or woman, as a transmitting utility for your life as a man or woman. And you just take it from there. This is only possible, of course, so long as you are clear about that fact inside yourself. You have to be clear on who you are in relation to the game, and you have to be clear on what is your property and what the law is for your property. Yeah, it's not enough just to know that you are the man or woman whose property that money is, but what is the law for your property? Can you state that? You have to be clear that you are the man or woman sat at the table moving the pieces, and you have to be clear on how to set straight anyone else who may cross your path that may be confused about that as well, because that might happen.
Oh.
Certainly, if you have fear about expressing that, then people will cross your path to challenge that fear. Once you express yourself, express your law for your property, then that's it. It's done. It's set. It's clear. And you will find when you actually take responsibility and you do that as a man or woman for your own property in your life, that it is respected. Because we are the source of law in this world. Bottom line is, a legal personality is not something you need to be afraid of. It's the thing that gives you the ability to open a bank account, to enable you to store your property and transact with others of mankind in the first place. It's a gift that, if you relate to it right, can be used to support your free expression as a soul, free life as a soul. Just don't hand over your property to that legal personality or let other people use it to identify you. Does that make sense?
Oh, it totally makes sense. And I think of how it's really easy to intellectualize this information. It's one thing to do that, but it's another to really embody that and understand who you are as a man or woman. And I think of it as in terms of the people who take spiritual knowledge and try to intellectualize it rather than embodying it as well. It's all the same, really.
It's all the same. Yeah. What I really wanted to convey today by this lesson is to just really show that free isn't as far away as it seems. You know, it's actually right here. Most of the time, it just needs us to be willing and able to step forth and set the law for our own property as a man or woman. And all the other things that we've been doing has been kind of like circling around the outside, avoiding doing that one thing. Maybe just didn't know that that's something we needed to do. Or maybe we kind of, had some sense of it, but we've been avoiding, like, just stepping up and, being a man or woman. And there's just nothing complicated about getting free. is incredibly simple. You don't have to burn your passport. You don't need to access some mystery bond or trust account, and you don't need to sign your name in magic ink. All you need is to apply the principle conveyed in this short lesson, really. But not just to bank accounts. You apply it liberally everywhere. But really, it's down to you, about just stepping forward and expressing yourself. What do you say? What do you want? What's your law for your property? Who are you?
Wow. I think we got to do one more.
All right, Greg, for this lesson, we're going to be discussing one of my favorite topics, honestly, especially because it is highly relevant. Obviously, all the lessons we're sharing throughout the end of COVID are relevant. But this lesson is particularly relevant because it's how to communicate with perceived, and emphasis on the word perceived.
Alec Zek. Let me see this here. Alec Zek. Is this the same guy? What?
Kicked out of this convention center 2 years ago. So he's going to tell you a little bit more about that during his talk. Please help me welcome Alec Zek.
Okay, let me get situated here. So, yes, 2 years ago I was kicked out of this convention center for an event that I held called the Health Freedom for Humanity Symposium. And the good news of that story is that so we were kicked out because we violated the mask ordinance, but we had already had a verbal agreement with the city of Kansas City, who owns this building, that if the mask mandates come back, we're not going to follow it. So we had already made that verbal agreement. After day one of our event, 650 attendees, 25 plus speakers, exhibitors all over the place, we were kicked out. And then the next day, we, showed health freedom in action by that little area up there on the stairs. We held an event outside on day two, and it ended up being better. And then fast forward a few weeks, we held the city of Kansas City accountable, and they paid us back in damages, showing that you actually can fight this tyranny. So it's a pretty full circle experience being here, like almost 2 years to the date. Okay, so this talk is called Reframing the Infectious Disease Paradigm. You're gonna want to pay attention. Who here, well, let me see this. Who here thinks that SARS-CoV-2, and be honest, please be honest, came from a lab, that there's a bioweapon that leaked from a lab? That's what I like to see. If no one raised their hand, we'll just leave. Go. Okay. So according to the CDC's own data on COVID, 95% of COVID deaths had an average of 4 comorbidities, most being lifestyle or nutrition related. 79% of hospitalizations were in overweight or obese people. And then this study that was published in part by the CDC in July of 2021, looking at 540,000 people who had been labeled as a COVID death, and I'll get to why I have COVID deaths or COVID anything in air quotes.
All right. I don't know if I could show this on YouTube. Wow. It is the same guy, though. That's really cool, I think. The way forward, yeah.
Authorities who bully and coerce you. I know you've got a lot of great approaches to this, Greg, so do you want to just share about it a little bit for this lesson?
First of all, is that the principles of love and law are immutable. They apply across the board. So they work with the honourable, the dishonourable, the conscious, the unconscious. They apply whether you're dealing with someone who's loving or whether you're dealing with someone who's willfully evil. They apply across the board. And they don't see or recognise anything fictional. They don't see a uniform or an officer or an office. They see only a man or woman who is relating to themselves and the world from either a clear or confused place. So if you want to be in harmony with the law, you have to be able to see this for what it is in the moment too. You have to be able to see them and everyone, what you're interacting with, in relation to what's true, what's fictional, what's true, and to treat what's real in those interactions. So if something doesn't work out for you when you try to express or uphold law, the problem is always you. The problem is never the other.
Hello?
Hi, my name is Dan calling from US Solar. How are you doing today?
I'm sorry, I can't do the solar, bro.
Sir, can I say something?
He said, can I say something, and then hung up. I didn't say no.
Anyway, and be humble to the areas where we're not quite that. So if something doesn't work out for you when you try to express or uphold, and they don't see or recognize anything fictional, they don't.
This lesson?
First of all, is that the principles of love and law are immutable. They apply across the board. So they work with the honourable, the dishonourable, the conscious, the unconscious. They apply whether you're dealing with someone who's loving or whether you're dealing with someone who's willfully evil. They apply across the board. And they don't see or recognise anything fictional. They don't see a uniform or an officer or an office. They see only a man or woman who is relating to themselves and the world from either a clear or confused place. So if you want to be in harmony with the law, you have to be able to see this for what it is in the moment too. You have to be able to see them and everyone, what you're interacting with, in relation to what's true, what's fictional, what's true, and to treat what's real in those interactions. So if something doesn't work out for you when you try to express or uphold law, the problem is always you. The problem is never the other, and it's never the situation. It's always you. If something fails, it's because you didn't only honor law in your interaction. Somewhere, somehow, you honored something fictional or something that was claiming false power. You imbued it with some power or reality. That may sound like an abstract concept, but it's not. This is literally the power that you have. You imbue everything with power by the way you speak and interact with it. Imagine a child speaking with someone who was claiming like this illusion of authority and actually just questioning them, like really not knowing or understanding what the concept of a police officer was, and was just asking silly questions about like what do you mean about power? What do you mean about authority? What do you mean? What does that even mean? How can one person have power over another? Just like in the innocence of a child asking these questions. When we return to our innocence and humility in ourselves and in our lives, then it's that point at which there's no ability for anyone or anything else to trick us, to confuse us, to subjugate us in any way whatsoever. And we don't have to get angry, we don't have to get a gun, we don't have to get powerful, we don't have to do the thing in, that is usually done, or that people are trying to look to do. We just need to return to our own innocence.
What?
It's a really great thing to know this because it means that all the power is back in your hands. It doesn't mean you're a master at it yet, but it does mean that you've opened the door from wherever you are, wherever you are right now, to actually grow, to become one. And you see that it's always you. It also doesn't mean that a man or woman who does act as some kind of authority figure won't do something unloving to you regardless. They might. And that's free will. But if you have the tools to obtain remedy for any wrongs done to you, if you know how to give notice of your rights, and you know how to construct and press a claim against a man or woman who does a trespass against you, and most importantly, you're able to clearly demonstrate that fact as calmly and kindly as a man or woman would do to a child, then generally it really doesn't happen anymore. Powerless men and women generally only attack emotionally weak men and women. And that's what is going on out in the world today. The people that go and don uniforms and try to adopt some role of fictitious authority have an abject powerlessness inside them. This is the main thing, really. If you want to be treated with respect as a man or woman, you've got to be one. You've got to be calm. You've got to be grounded. You've got to be humble. You've got to be strong. You've got to be kind. Those are like real qualities and attributes, right, of a man or woman. Not having a tantrum, not all of the things that we do when we get triggered ourselves and become children again. We have to not do that. At the same time, we can't fake being a man or woman. Doing affirmations each day. I am calm, I am grounded, I am humble, I am strong. That's not becoming a man or woman. That's jumping over all of the things that are in the way of you being one or acting like one. It's got to unfurl naturally from what's actually true inside you. And when it does, it doesn't take any effort or practice. You can tell about any change in your life that's actually real and lasting is going to be, it's effortless. It doesn't take any effort to maintain it. We actually have to become those things for real. And that is a great gift, really, to have all these reflections in our life that encourage us and challenge us to grow into becoming that. I don't perceive that as something I want to get rid of. See all of these interactions and things that seem troublesome in my life, or used to feel troublesome in my life, I always saw them as an opportunity to show me where I was still a child, where I still had a propensity inside to feel powerless or to express that out to the world. Because it's the powerlessness that we hang ourselves with. Inside every man or woman who would manipulate or use threats or coercion or force or anyone who agrees to work for someone who does. Yeah, inside all of them, it's like
That's an important point.
It's a huge, all-consuming powerlessness. You've seen this yourself, right?
Well, can I give an example of everything that you just covered? Because it's highly relevant. So in October of 2021, with my former organization, Health Freedom for Humanity, we held an event in downtown Kansas City at the Kansas City Convention Center, a facility that's owned by the city of Kansas City. And there was a mask mandate, mask ordinance in place. But we had already come to multiple verbal agreements with the men and women that we were discussing this with, who are representing the city of Kansas City, that, hey, we're not going to comply with this mask mandate. Is that okay? And they said, absolutely, that's okay. So the verbal agreement was in place. We noted it on some documents. And then day one of our event, 650 attendees, 26 speakers, et cetera, we are approached by a man who is acting as a representative of the public health department of the city of Kansas City. And he approached us and said, hey, you guys are in violation of the mask ordinance. We've received 2 anonymous complaints. If you do not comply, we're going to come back and shut your event down tonight. And we said, okay, we'll get back to you. And then we went back into a back room while the event was still going on. And we wrote a long, I want to say like 6 to 10 page notice highlighting all of the errors that they were making, let's say, in terms of the science, but also in terms of the law, right? We sent them the notice, and they had already gone to their own back room, wherever they were, to meet with the city of Kansas City's attorney, and they submitted a thing to us saying, we are in breach of contract, event canceled. And so we show up the next morning, day 2 of our event, all the doors are locked, says event canceled, contact Health Freedom for Humanity for more info. And it became very clear, though, that morning that they did finally read the notice that we submitted to the men and women who were representing the city of Kansas City, because they became very, very kind. 4 men and women showed up saying, what can we do to help you? What can we do to help make this right? I'm so sorry that we locked the doors, blah, 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 blah. And we said, no big deal. So we ended up doing the event outside on day 2. They helped us set everything up outside, and it was actually a better event outside. But that's not the best part, because that was health freedom in action, that even if they try to impose and infringe upon us, we can still uphold our rights as men and women, still have a lovely time. And we did on day 2. But after the fact, we sent them another notice and said, we request you pay us X amount of dollars in damages because you were actually in breach of the contract. They paid us that money. They paid us the money because they were, in fact, in breach of contract for violating our rights as men and women. So absolutely, as long as you remain calm, loving, kind, but also strong and firm, and you know your rights and you know who you are, you can hold these men and women accountable after the fact. And we proved that.
Absolutely you can. Absolutely you can, yeah. We have to embody those qualities. And where we don't have those qualities, where our knees would be trembling, and then we just have to be humble to that fact and do it anyway. And be humble to the areas where we're not quite that, but grow into it by taking action and moving. The one experience like that, it removes a lifetime of like conditioned cellular terror to the contrary, doesn't it?
Oh, it totally does. It shifted, like, just how you're talking about my knees trembling and kind of afraid. I was, because I was the one running the event, right? And we had 650 attendees. We had people fly all the way from Norway to attend this event, 26 speakers. And in the midst of that, we have these men and women who are representing the entire city of Kansas City approaching us saying that we're in violation. But I worked through that fear, and I still stood on my ground and my law, and we were able to hold these men and women accountable for imposing upon us.
That leads very nicely, actually, onto what I was going to share next, because we were talking about the powerlessness of those of mankind who act as agents and, various roles within the system. But the fact is that inside most of the rest of us is some degree of that too. When we have that powerlessness inside of ourselves, and especially if we're trying to hide from our own powerlessness, that's the thing that acts like chum to a predator. So, like so-called authority figures almost perceive that as aggression, or at least as a threat. If you've got that feeling of powerlessness that you're not owning inside yourself, they perceive it like that. That's how it feels to them. And since they're empowered to treat aggression, you're always going to lose. One half of dealing with perceived authorities who bully and coerce is this. It's straightening up our own inner childishness and taking responsibility for our own powerlessness. You're holding it. If we're in an interaction like that and we're feeling those emotions, fears, powerlessness, all of the things, the ways that expresses it comes up, we just, hold it softly until it clears, instead of expressing it out into the world, instead of acting from it, speaking from it. That said, it's pretty safe to say that your powerlessness is nothing compared to what they feel. What they've done is they've taken it a step further to oppress others, to try and mask it. They feel that powerless inside that they've had to dominate, overpower, oppress others in order to to mask that powerlessness. That's how far they've had to go to keep it inside. So really, they are just children that didn't grow up. And we really are all that. We all are children in the places where we're able to get triggered. But it stops ruling our lives when we're willing to see that. You know, if you're willing to own the fact that everywhere that you're capable of getting triggered, you're really just still a little girl or a little boy. Just, you know, deal with that. You know, you actually see it. Then in the moment when others are acting it out, you see it in them as well. Then like a huge amount of their power over you is gone in an instant. If you see that, if you can see that the man or woman in front of you is literally just a child that's afraid, feeling powerless or having a bit of a tantrum or, you know, struggling with his emotions, then like so much of that power goes, because all you need to do now is treat that child in front of you in an appropriate, loving, kind, you know, but firm way. Just like you would with your own sons and daughters, right? You're not going to get angry with them because when they have a tantrum, well, some people do, but if you're a half-decent mum or dad, you don't get angry with your kids when you see them lose their emotional shit. You be kind to them. You be supportive of what needs they have. You know, they're whatever they need in that moment while they get back in control of their emotions. You're not going to be afraid of them. You see it for what it is. So the same thing goes here. And I'm not just using it as a metaphor again. It's real. There's just a little child that's in a uniform acting out some kind of powerlessness, and they just need the same things. You know, actually, a lot of people do have their powerlessness triggered by their kids too, and they do get frustrated or add their energy to it, and they do get angry or abusive with them. And if that is you, no judgment of that, but if it is, this would be the best place to start, actually. Because if you can't hold your emotions with a 5-year-old that's in a 5-year-old's body, you're not going to be able to do it with a 5-year-old that's in a police officer's body. Mastering yourself in the home, like if you can't do it there, then you can't do it out in the street. You can't do it out in the world, anywhere else. And the lives that we've attracted for ourselves are always the perfect constellation of circumstances that we need in order to polish ourselves, to become masters, actually, of our lives. A huge part of being a real man or woman is about becoming a good, loving mother or father to all children, regardless of their biological age. So, what is the appropriate treatment for dealing with perceived authorities of bully and coerce? Well, the right approach in any situation it's always unique to the situation. So it's not one thing. It certainly does require to learn the skills and practical applications, but then it also requires your awareness and sensitivity to feel what each individual situation demands, what each individual child demands, right? They have different needs, all these children. So you have to be willing to just see what's needed in that situation. We can learn the skills with our minds, for sure, but we do have to apply them with our hearts, because we are dealing with people here, brothers and sisters, and they're all different. They all have different fears, different triggers, different states, different conditions that they're in. So, you know, sometimes the right approach might be like no touch, no talk, no eye contact, walk on, head down, walk on. Another time it might be a single question that you can ask that'll just drain the power from any attack with the humility and innocence yourself. Another time it might be verbally stating a notice that sets your law clearly and immovably. Most people are after actual examples and techniques and a script of things to say. And we do provide a lot of examples in the full knowledge share, but we rather focus on teaching the core principles so you can apply them anywhere at any time. And when I was in school, I was very good at maths. It was like one of my favorite subjects and got the best marks out of, you know, that kind of subject. And I never studied it. I never learned all of the things that other people were learning. I just learned the basic few principles, like, you know, the basic principles of maths that you needed to know, all the things that would allow me to calculate anything on the spot. Or with a piece of pen, I might need a pen and paper, but I would be able to calculate anything because I just learned the basic principles and I trusted in my ability to be able to apply those principles sensitively in the moment. And that's just maths, but this is the same. It's the same thing. It's the same principle. So that's what the essence of the law for mankind, knowledge share, really, is clear out the nonsense that has created a whole load of false beliefs and illusions in you, and provide the simple tools and clear out the blocks to having the confidence to see what to apply and where in your life, so you can remove the controversy, come to peace, get the life you wanted.
Wow. Ooh. Mm. So, first thing I gotta do is get the chocolate.
Modern medicine is focused on only addressing symptoms by way of either masking the symptoms or suppressing them, which really perpetuates them down the line and leads to chronic issues. And I think that applies not only to physical ailments, right? I think it applies on the mental, emotional, spiritual side of things too, where those feelings regarding our fears, our real fears, those feelings are too scary for so many people to just face and feel the feelings associated with them. So what happens is we stuff those down, and that leads to chronic mental issues, chronic emotional issues. It's the same thing in a different way. It's the same thing as what modern medicine does. And that's what I found to be so incredible about Law for Mankind, is that Module 2 hits you like a freaking brick wall in the best way because you don't expect it, right? Like you're just doing in Module 1 the entry, like basically an intro to the law and how the language is and things like this. And then Module 2 comes out of nowhere and you're like, what the heck is this doing as part of a course on the law? And you start to realize after, you know, Module 2 and then Module 5 and Module 8 is that this is actually fundamental to understanding the law. Your emotions that you haven't dealt with, your fears, your false beliefs, those need to be dealt with first before you can ever approach the legal society in a way that you're standing on your law as a man or a woman. You have to.
Yep. We're essentially this three-part being. We're a multi-part being, really. To make it as simple as possible, we are, at our essence, a soul of man or woman. That's what a soul is. A man or woman's a soul. And we have these data gathering machines that we could use to experience life. Our spiritual bodies, our various array of spirit bodies, and a physical body. What happens when we experience something unloving, when something out of harmony with love and what is true, the principles of love and what is true, happens to us, and we're not able to process that, it stays on the soul as some kind of like a cloud, if you like. What it inevitably does, depending upon where that is, it manifests as an injury, first of all, in the spirit bodies. Now, it'll manifest on the chakra system, principally. And so, depending upon what that emotion or what that trauma related to will depend upon where and which parts of the spirit body it sticks to. The way our spirit body wants to work is energy wants to flow from the heart to the sacral to the root to the solar plexus to the throat to the crown down. It goes, rises up through the masculine centers 1, 3, 5, 7. It flows down through the feminine centers 2, 6, 4, 2. 1, 3, 5, 7, 6, 4, 2. It's flowing like this up through them. This is what the sacred marriage within is, the balancing of the masculine and feminine centers within you so that this dance of masculine and feminine happens within you. And so the life force energy is trying to do this. It's the natural way that we flow all the time, is trying to move like this. But every time, for every injury, you could say, that we experience in the soul, or that we have, or that sort of coagulates on the soul, it creates either some kind of a blockage or a stuckness in one of these centers, or one or more of these centers. And once you get to a certain amount of them, that breaks. The flow can't move, it can't. And so then we become very stuck down. We're very shut down. When this happens, when we become completely shut down in that way, which almost all of us are, because it's actually quite a high degree of balance that it takes again. You have to do a lot of cleaning before energy starts to flow through your system again properly. So most of us, almost all of us, even those that are on a pretty extensive, have been on a pretty long-standing spiritual journey, still have these blocks within them. You could say even with why the law for mankind knowledge share has been so, or the things that we convey in here at least have been certainly seminal to me being able to discover that balance myself, because the teaching of common law, or me expressing my law into the world, and the teaching of inner work, of your healing process, because when you miss one of those, you can't complete the process. You become either trapped in your own shadow, or you become focused on the external and correcting things without correcting the internal. So what's happening here is that the emotions in the soul are manifesting these blockages in the spirit body that then also make these physical ailments. And so regardless of whether you're using allopathic medicine or whether you're using something naturopathic, if you're treating the symptoms, then you're bypassing all of this. Now, what most people are doing, they start to become aware of this. They say, I want to treat the cause. I want to treat the spiritual cause. And so they start then trying to treat the blockages within the spirit body. But it's the same thing. You're treating a symptom of the cause, not the cause itself. So when you do energy healing and all of these other types of healing and treatment, what you're really doing, you might be healing or balancing the blockage in a certain area, but all you're doing then, you're not healed the cause. And so what's going to happen is in a couple of weeks' time, most likely, within or less, is that block's going to kind of reemerge, recoagulate, restuck, and you're not going to have cleared. You might have experienced a little bit more energy flowing for a short time, but the same thing is going to be back. You didn't deal with the cause. You didn't deal with anything else. So that's the problem with all kinds of energy work, is that unless it's actually done in a way that causes you to experience and release and allow the emotions in your soul to flow out, which can't be done unless you actually genuinely, the recipient of this, actually genuinely have a desire to experience that. If you don't already have that desire, then that kind of treatment, all it's going to do is take away the feedback mechanism that you have to show you that there's a thing you need to heal in the first place. So it's robbing you. If anything, it's robbing you of your ability to heal. It's like putting a Band-Aid over that, pretending that. So what's happening in our lives is that the gift of our lives as they are right now, and all of the things that we might even be terrified and afraid of, advancing deep state agenda, or whatever it is that you're most terrified of at the moment, of actually coming along, these things, if you allow yourself to experience those emotions, are the things that are going to allow you to clean and clear your system out properly. So that's, again, the core aspect of the whole Law of Mankind knowledge share, right? Know what is your shadow and what is actually something real that you need to protect yourself against. And so it's like a reverse thing. When you actually have the tools to be able, and knowledge to be able to protect yourself from things that are genuinely like evil or malicious or which would do you harm, then that removes all of those fears that cloud you from being able to see which ones are that and which ones are just your own shadow coming to help you resolve yourself. And when you can see that, it means that you can relax and enjoy the experience, enjoy as much as you can, allow this experience of your life to wash you clean. And you see, the thing is, when you actually allow it, the beautiful thing is, like grief is one of the most beautiful experiences to allow. It's not a horrible emotion to experience. It's like there's your own divinity is inside that. It's the real divinity. It's there when you can't experience the extent of love and potential of love and divinity that's in the world if you're not willing to experience the grief of your soul at the same time. And so we find that what happens is the two are together. When you allow yourself to experience grief is when you automatically at the same time are actually experiencing a flow of divine love through your soul. And this expansion, it allows your soul to expand and to grow and to become more than it was before. And it's a beautiful process. It's the most beautiful thing in all creation. The process for a man or woman to heal their soul back to a balanced state of being at one with their creator. And we spend our entire lives, everything you see in the world out there right now is a consequence of people resisting that process. And so one small part of the knowledge share is actually just sharing what that process is, so you can not try and fight it anymore and relate to it appropriately.
I think so many people want to make health in mind, body, and spirit complicated. you need to take all these supplements, you need to do all these things, and it really is quite simple, especially on the spiritual level. All that it requires is that you sit still and feel the feelings that you need to feel. Face the things that are still inside of you. That's it. People want to overcomplicate it. That's all that it requires.
It's true. And in the meantime, to nourish the aspects of your devices, your spirit body, your data gathering machines, your spirit bodies and your physical body, to give them the nourishment that they need is a good thing. To do some physical exercise, to keep the body strong, to feed it the right things. And this is another thing, like when there's a lot of talk that people have about what's the right diet, what's a good diet. Is it the paleo thing? Should I eat raw? Should I eat meat? Should I not eat meat? What's the answer to that? And the answer is simple. It's what you need to nourish your body for where it's actually at.
Yeah.
When you become properly back to a balanced state, would you eat? Would a man or woman that's in a completely open, light, near angelic condition, would they eat meat? No. No.
Yeah.
Should you, from where you are? Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. While it's helpful for the strength of your system, while the positives outweigh the negatives, but it's karmic. There's karmic consequences to everything we do. So we're going through life having these actions and engaging things, and we can't not engage everything that's karmic just because we can see that that's a karmic thing to do. That's how the journey works, that you have to engage things in order to experience and shift your energy and move through it. The question is how you're going to engage that journey. Are you going to engage what you can maybe see are karmic activities from an addictive or perspective, or from rejecting what's true inside you, or from a place of doing it that's in harmony with love for your condition as it is at the moment, at least. 99.9% of the entire spiritual community and self-development community is all based upon the idea of making yourself better in alignment with an idea of what is correct, of what is the right way to be. And if you try to make yourself into what you perceive to be the ideal, then you'll only do yourself more damage, or you'll create for yourself a fake life that takes you further away from the effortless perfection that you are. Mm. Seek first the kingdom and everything else will be added. Yeah. So as soon as you deal with all of those emotions inside, your body returns to its right state of health. You eat the right things. You don't need to. You eat based upon what you choose and what you desire. And we should all be eating based upon what we naturally choose, without addictions, with what our body needs and desires in this moment. Because that's the best way to bring it to balance. Just because a balanced man or woman might be mostly fruitarian doesn't mean you should go and try and be fruitarian while you've got all of these emotions that are the opposite of that in your soul that need to come out. It's not going to help you. It's just going to create a disconnect from who you are. So you allow yourself to be present with who you are and meet yourself fully. Feel all of that. Get to know yourself completely. Die to that. Die to everything that you've been running from and hiding from. Mm-hmm. And on the other side of that, your diet will change. The way you relate with the world will change in every possible way. All of the things that you once would have done as a spiritual practice, maybe all of the things that people learn to do as disciplines, like becoming telepathic, or practicing a lot of these different kinds of practices. You can either learn those as you can spend your life practicing to learn them as a diligent spiritual practice, so you can do that from spirit body to spirit body between people, or you just forget about that. Seek first the kingdom, deal with yourself, and the ability to communicate emotionally, telepathically, becomes natural to everyone without ever having to have tried or learn. and all of the clair things, the clairsentience, the clairvoyance, well, all of those things, it's the same. They're innate soul senses, and many other things too become something that are a natural, innate part of your experience in life. For me, once I realized this, I dropped everything. Every practice that we would have is helpful in as far as it helps us become unstuck. Wherever you're stuck somewhere, if there's a practice that you could do that would help you become unstuck in that area, then great. But if you're already doing that thing and you're already a master yogi and you get up and you do yoga at 6 o'clock in the morning, same time every day, then 99% you're using that thing as an addiction.
So I was going to say it's a coping mechanism.
Not as something that's actually helpful to you. And the best thing you could do would be to stop doing that and finding a different practice that helps you move through where you are actually stuck, where you're not able to move. And go and do that for a little till you get unstuck in that area, and then you drop the practice again, and you engage that flow, and then your life will become a tantric life where you're still meeting all of the needs, but you're just doing what your felt sense requires you to do, without forcing a regimen on yourself, and then true health will emerge.
Pretty deep. Okay. So this is the bottom and the top. Postage required. Okay, next I'm going to take wax paper. Okay, Dr. Judd wants to do an interview. I'm going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 layers. One, 2, 3. You know what? Somebody said the music was good last time. Let's put that on. Native flute. Native flute. Ooh. 16 in. Alright, it's at 24. So there you go. And it's gonna have tongs. get chocolate on your fingers. Cha-ching. right. $15, $30, $33, and 10 others. So there's another 33. I'm gonna eventually pack those up. For now, ooh, maybe they'll fit in here. Let's see. Whoops. Now this plate first.
31. 33, I mean. Ooh, you fit a lot more on top. Oh yeah. That's what, 8 times 4. I mean 8 times 5, 40. Looks like I can fit more in here, actually. A little deuce on top. Deuce deuce. Yep. 42. Oh shoot. There was one on. Oops. Alright. Try to save this glove. Like they say, no glove, no love. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna make some more.
some lion's mane. Oh shoot though, you know what? Maybe I do have enough. Let's see. Chocolate, lion's mane, sugar, dino scales, aka pumpkin seeds, activated, and lecithin. So first thing is to melt the chocolate. First thing is melting the chocolate. You need 2 cups. One. 1 2/3. A little over 3. On low heat. Okay. The rest of the ingredients will go in the Vitamix. Make sure I got the recipe right. Two cups white chocolate, 1 cup of pumpkin seed. Cup pumpkin seed. There's one stuck. Hey, get out of there. You little pumpkin seed, get on out of there. Okay, what else? 1 cup sugar. Coconut sugar. Cha-ching. Okay, and 1/3 of a cup sunflower lecithin. Alright. Almost melted. There's one little piece left. I'm gonna let it go all the way. Okay. Went to get the stud finder so I can hang something on my wall. Excuse me. Okay. Surfboard cutting board. About to do work. About to do work. One. Next. Woo-woo. Number 3. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Okay. Now, the first one I put in is going to be slightly. Ah, shit. Shit. Alright. This one will go down under. So 35 coins times 4 minus 5. 35 coins times 4 is 100 is 200 is 140. 35 times 4 140 minus 5 135. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. All right. So the next thing,
Next time I find an empty bottle, my trash can, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. Got it.
so I'm gonna try and make some flax chips. I only got a few ingredients. Flax, zucchini, it's enough. One zucchini. One large zucchini. This is that sesame ginger dressing I made yesterday. I'm going to use a cup. And then I'm going to put in flax. The flax I'm going to put in as the blender is blending. Y'all ready for this? Do 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 do. Hey-o. Okay. Okay. That sounds great. I'll call you in a couple of minutes. I'm just spreading a couple of sheets in the Excalibur. Oh ho! Yo, this is even better than I hoped. The flax is so thick, it's so thick that you could spread it really thin. It's so thick that it spreads far. It's not liquidy. I tasted it. Actually could have used more salt, but that's okay, it's still good. I'll note that for next time. Add a teaspoon of salt. Because the flax dilutes the saltiness. It does do that. It absorbs. Yo, it spreads so good though. Oh. Alright. Okay. All done. Check. Check, check. Check. Check, check. David Job. Hey, mate. How are you? Can you hear me? Oh, hold on. Let's see here. Let's see. Sorry about that. My headset is in. Let me go to settings here. Okay, how's that? Is that better? No good? Let's see. Oh. Yeah, I think that's the best I could do. I got your volume turned all the way up. No, I can't hear you. Oh, there you go. Oh, that's unfortunate. Are you in a... Is that a thing? I mean, we could try it. You gonna call me back? Oh, wow. I see. Alright, so I guess try and call me back. Let's see if it's just a thing that can just, like, be fixed. Okay. Hello? Yeah. David? Yeah, I am, but why is this not... Boom, boom, boom. Okay, this is good on my end. Let's check this again here. Oh, there we go. Better? Oh, okay, okay. Yay. Oh, man. I'm so glad to connect with you, David.
I mean, that might not be a question where somebody really has thought about that, but power, of course, is the ability when I have to be able to get things done and have others assist with it, and that's power. And personal power is really your capacity to get things done, and empathics can be really good at being able to process your kinesthetics and things. Somebody really has really got good social decision making and where and so that's so there's quite a bit. So
this related to the I have like a crease in my brow. I thought it was related to the colon, but is this all connected with like the nerves in the gut?
Micro.
vestibular senses, and they're going to start to learn these things. And this is really what Cloud taught me, and where a lot that's come about in heuristics and things like that has come more from these teachings, which is quite Toltec and fully a full treatise. It may take many years for somebody to have come up with all what this is. It's very sophisticated. But calmly calling out any pattern to be able to recognise that really allows that to be more healed up via vestibular regulation, more being applied in the emotion. And otherwise, psychopathic sort of conditions could really be only nerve-to-nerve sort of neurotransmitters like dopamine, rather than acetylcholine, which is nerve-to-muscle. And a lot of nerve-to-nerve neurotransmitters can then be interfering with things. So you've got jerky movements, you've got automatic sorts of movements, which is below consciousness, and automatic more. And so the vestibular senses, you stop, start, redirect, and your whole body movement has a sense in direction. Just like to see what I mean is involving vision, and the sound of the words we're using is auditory. To go, get, have, and do is sort of kinesthetic. And so somebody's moving toward interest and pleasure and what's happiness, and moving away from things which they shouldn't. They're using direction this way, but to be able to achieve success, you see. So most everybody is really social. So the more social that somebody is, the greater success they're going to have, and the greater quality of life really they have. We would give people a quality of life index before the training and then afterward, and you could really see how the scores were all boosted long time forever. And improved everyone's quality of life, which you can understand. These are the kinds of things which we should be really teaching people. And otherwise, underdevelopment of the brain really is going on, and it's really cystic fibrosis, which people could learn more about, that sodium chloride transport inside the cellular membrane, which ends up with adenosine triphosphate energy not really being able to be kept up with. And so most people have mitochondrial deficiency and aren't able to actually, build muscle much. So going beyond prefix set patterns of response to be able to survive and getting rid of cortisol, have you ever heard actually how that could actually assist to cause your body to be built more? But whole brain functioning training changes really the way that your strategy and that what you're using. So you've got more of a neural efficiency quotient. Whereas sociopathic sort of generally really might not be able to cry too much because they don't really have any histamine, and histamine not present as two neurotransmitters are not too present, and so it's more slow in their thinking, or it's just only repetitious sort of things. But conditions of histamine excess or loss, like we're talking about, really is really where the neurotransmitters in the brain could be released, and you have a proper fitness for all of that. And so a tendency for excitable sort of conditions, or gullibleness, or even impulsiveness really, or even like somebody's acting that way, they really generally might also have inappropriate sort of seductive behaviours and cause others to, be not in their comfort, and then have a very fiery temper when somebody says anything about it. And so it's just sort of a disregard for others, only an attention locked in on themselves, which is, you can see a great melodramatic sort of gestures. They want to be rewarded, but rewarded really wrongfully, and then all of the attention seekedness sort of thing of a child, really. So most people can be cognizant, and because weakness is, its overreactedness is primary, and more rigid, stiff sorts of feeling is going on, and stiffness of the brain and mind. The body is really the mind's experience of itself, and so where any physical or emotional neglect is by yourself or society, it really puts a great overwhelming feeling of insecurities where security should be, and could be remain more, because it's a craved attention, which really is pain and avoiding feelings of discomfort, and a lot of behaviours go on because of it. Yet we're not only rewardedness for attention seeking was, and where wrongful use of the vestibular system really was conditioned as a child more for attention seeking, and missing was really the inner sense of self approval and things like that. Just sort of really is a thrivedness on drama and unresolved sort of parts. And so somebody could start to look at things, and you could see that where no shame, guilt, or fault, it could be felt as some care, of interest, you only got a set of rules that somebody breaks, and they'll be just then not having any consequence about what they do. So it's a very great deep manipulation in the interest of others, sort of. And Murchison syndrome is where somebody sort of really is feigning that they've got this condition, that condition, and then blaming others around them for actually having the condition and things. Yet to make negative stories would have been to only have got attention, and typically it is that somebody's only coming up with what was lost or what was missing or what didn't work, and hardly any attention to things which is more resourceful or excellent. And so it's really abandonment that went on, and loneliness, and a disorder really of not having been able to have perfect detachment, and yet the pattern of selective restrictive violation sort of, it's really deciding not to hear someone or focusing on just on in one something. And for most everybody looking at that, they could really see that there's a bit of a personality disorder. You see, somebody gets locked into things inside their head or on their device, and they can't really hear anything else that's going on around them. But the real message of our tape today is more that if you take the high ground, you're always really on the right track. Because if somebody didn't take the high ground, all you're looking at is a lack of self-esteem, and as being the common denominator in the personality disorder, you see. And so then fabricating answers and only answering within a sentence, and fragments and word salad, not any specific detail much. And when pressed by any groomer, you sort of like touching their hair, touching their body, touching their thighs, and things like that. You really got signs of a sociopath. Conceivably sort of really extremely immature, and lacking sympathy, impulse, and being impulsive and controlling. Many times they're really using a bit of a charm to manipulate and that sort of thing, but lack remorse, shame and guilt, like we said. So they have a poor construction of reality, and very much a conflict instigator. They'll make phrases and things which is absolute, and they'll do everything they can to frustrate anybody that's listening more. And so it's very sociopathic, you see, and time where social boundaries are not kept, and not really caring, and just more thrill-seekedness, adrenaline addicted. It's a tendency to withdraw generally from any circumstance, and just to be avoiding always and dissociating to control. But if you clear away conflict, you've really got whole brain patterning, and when confronted by behaviour, you have these ability about have proper sequencing. You could manage things more and clear up any inconsistency. You could really ask all things which is what's the unexpected, really, and spot various things which is more proper where the motion might be, but paying attention to the implicit language and explicit and micro expressions we're talking a bit about on the face, you could see what's congruent or contradictory, and ignoring a sociopath really could only raise violence to get more pains, because you could be seeing that it's, ignoring the psychopath. But it's proper to have ways that you could have a strategic non-response, and learn how to do things like that. But otherwise, psychopathic sort of is below them, and that everybody is below them in intelligence, and a timeless condition really is where immaturity was. For a lot of those people, they can't be naked in front of anybody. They're embarrassed or ashamed, and they don't talk about a whole range of things because they're so immature. They anxiety, and they lack expression to really be around proper various subject matter, because they've avoided a lot of circumstance which would really cause them to be more normal. And not have to be selective, restrictive, and they have more control over their organs and their thinking. Otherwise, their organs are thinking have control over them, and they could be riding the appetite of a beast between their legs. So it's sort of gaining functional plasticity more, and those lingual, facial, sort of repetitive sort of micro movements of the face and the hands, which is, or you could see involuntary sort of grimaces and eye blinking, involuntary sort of slapping and stiff sort of jerky movements. And you could see evidence of prion disease, which is really due to dopamine excess and a whole range of monoamine oxidase inhibitor excess in the intestine, and all of that being got stuck and not broken down. And yet the product that we have is really good because it could help clear all of this away. And then sessions can easily also cause someone to have more whole brain patterning and things that otherwise behaviours unchecked or cause dopamine to be used up over time. And so signs of limited mind function that you could really see would be always just a bit of inappropriate social behaviour. You've always got empathics that's lacking interpersonal skill. You've got always a lack of proper judgment, and you've got not proper inhibition, and so a lot of impulsiveness just to speak and act. And you've got often like slow but sure, not proper good hygiene, personal and nutritional conditions which cause someone to be triphasic or diphasic instead of monophasic, which is supposed to be. And awareness really overall can be a focus with our obsession, but mostly there often is a focused, obsessed lookingness of adverse neurology and the left hemisphere dysregulation by right hemisphere dominance going on and cause a loss of the outside world as a result of it. So a lot of things become mismatched and signally in the brain, and many of these people have a lot of internal dialogue and are not really connected so much to the outside world. So you can imagine really seeing how somebody could be just stuck in the note of a voice coming from the head rather than the tummy, for instance, and not noticing any of those things, or speaking way past everyone. Not having any volume control. But it's a real reason that these formulas all really have been created, because it really causes nutraceutical balance to come back to be and cause awareness of more of itself and a gained agreement more. So the analog sculpting is where you sculpt all the things around to create the state. And so this state of awareness that we've been talking about is over the top of wakefulness, it's over the top of dreaming, it's over the top of deep sleep. Of course, sleep is just where there's no connection between any memory. Dreaming is really constructing memory and things more. And wakefulness is really 7 plus or minus 2 chunks of information in one period of time, so it's a sort of very limited phenomenon. Yet awareness is over the top of it. So behavioural patterns are social, which is really more about flow, is that's inclusive. It's really feeding each other rather than feeding your own self. Everybody who feeds their own self, everyone gets in the way of everyone else in that circumstance, and that's hell in a kitchen. But service really is the first sign of love, and if you could show that, you could really see and get sort of agreement. Otherwise, you've got a lot of hypochondriacal types of going on where bacteria exists, which it doesn't, and all sorts of things, and a neededness of all sorts of rigid behaviours and stuff that doesn't really fit in proper. But you've really got a blockade of others to remain where they are inside and end up being just a lone wolf running around. But the learning that really needs to be is really more about, one, what they could do to be able to avoid conscious objection, and as they put things to more, or you're looking more for agreement and integration between the parts. If somebody's really more compassionate and they've got more eyes open to be receptive, you've got micro expressions that's minimalized to be none. Otherwise, you've got a lot of micro expression, half-second ones that really show a deep displayed more condition of maybe loss of happiness, or even disgust, or sequential or simultaneously going on. Upper nose showing disgust and contempt, and flickers of the lips and nose, sadness, disgust and contempt could be shown, and tears, and that just occurred more in 4 blinks per second sort of thing. So the whole body calibration and learning how to be able to read and see what's going on the outside and see how that impacts things that's happening on the inside. You've got really otherwise an inner sadness. You've got eyebrows going up and down. You've got a lot often three families sort of emotional in expression typically going on, which is about loss, disgust or contempt or frustration or anxiety or anger, disgust and contempt, and then degrees of what that is. And they all could be only half-second sort of shorter types of micro-expressions, which could show you the absolute evidence of what the things are that's going on inside. And critiquing parts where also you've got really alongside parts that are a rebel inside stopping that. And so how do you work with these parts? And that's what this work is, you see, because those parts all could be blended. One part is stopping another part from coming out. And so these parts can often not communicate to each other, but yet both parts have got something which is sort of beneficial, though they could be very conflicted and have secondary and negative consequences, you see. And so, I think when anybody looks more at the syntax of behaviour, they learn about this, they could see how negative conditioning could be reframed, could become really good at reframing, and that you could see a sad and angry baby as an adult, and you could see all sorts of tunneled vision which has gone on. And so these are people who could really benefit from a session, I'm telling you. And short-term hypnotherapy is an induction of whole brain functioning, so that you're really sort of gaining the higher ground between the parts, and you learn how to do this. So as you're undoing the tunnel vision more, so that you really afterward a feeling of, my God, I've got installed more positive resource, and you're feeling more integrated, and you've got a structural dimension which is really mindful, and you're really in awareness. You've got not any lack of abundance and limited projection, which could be, but you really focus on what's beneficial. What's mutually beneficial is truth. And so suddenly you've got math that's starting to add up versus a lot of things that it wasn't even considered math, which it should be. And so you're unburdening things, and then what do you do but cause a great dealedness to manage and communication between parts and the engagedness of sort of a core structure. And so that active synesthesia, which can easily be supplied in a session, it's via experiential sort of contemplative types of condition, which is engaging for more also imitative learning in the moment of the session more. And so parts that were all becoming integrated, and sort of somebody just feels really good at the end of the session, but what went on, I'm not sure. But yet you or I we could learn what went on and what was really syntax that was being worked with, so that the tension was all de-escalated. And so anything that was really dreaded could really be healed, and the protectors that were there sort of could no longer have to be polarized rebels against the feeling of guilt, which is wise that one could feel these feelings. Otherwise, there's no consequence of anything. Yet to hate where someone is and have a rebel and have a critical part and have something that suggests ever more escalation, and you've got all these parts and only tension existing between them, and yet what goes on where the tension is released and the head and the heart more are unified, and you're eliciting values really which is more about caring and clearing away things which is not natural, but otherwise everybody's practicing sort of like clip type of language, and you better do this now, otherwise you're going to get in trouble and bugger you. I mean, that's entertainment and sort of not any integratedness of any parts much, but just really a clip type of language, and it's encountering friction non-stop always and lacking of any curiosity or willingness to embrace emotion. And so where somebody has much longer sensitivity to really care for and have ongoing care, you're really loving this more and lovable. I mean, this is really the beloved more in life. And yet what does it really mean to have power? coming back full circle, isn't this your ability, your mind, to be able to cause things to get done around us? And isn't this engaging more good support structure and inquiry and readiness to have ease of ability to restore in a conflict, and it doesn't exist, and so you're achieving alignment more, and you've got these goals, and that's very unique, and you've got many parts which all can be isolated and then integrated, and often it's sort of more cutting edge that you could take advantage of the destiny where this is, since you could own your own inner conflict and clear it away. And so by using whole brain functioning practical technique and doing sessions and learning behavioural change work, somebody could really help where coaching is. And so now you're looking at reading behavioural manifestations of somebody's internal response, and that you're able to no longer be sabotaged by things because you could pace the things which is there. Otherwise, there's often a fear of failure or even a fear of success, because what am I going to do after I have success? So it's interesting, isn't it? But it's a reason why somebody might want to do something, but it never ever gets done because they've got parts that actually is conflicted. And this is something which in whole brain functioning somebody could be really good at, really learning how to work where the parts are. And that's so that you've really got the path of least resistance rather than most, and you're really bringing the parts together and you're uniting it, because you've really always got a bit of a higher ground where things are, Lukey. Yeah.
I'm recording Dr. Jub and live also, but I could go back and edit. But there's something that I have to tell you, because I don't know why, but for some reason I didn't get the audio right for the first half hour of your lecture today. So I just have to tell you, I don't know if I can get that back.
Oh, that's all right.
Go back and check.
It's okay, because little bits of what is as a piece of the whole and unification to reunite whatever is as looking at a part, but it only could fit into the whole. And so something, it's just really what's investigative where you are, which is a strategy which you should have, which is a common value, which is really to be able to be more informed, and where we all should be informed, which we wisely should be. And then voice really comes from us as we're the people versus lower down and coming into senior executive service far down the stream. Isn't ever anything coming from us. And so you and I, we need to really take positive adaptive conditioning to take hold of things ourselves and form administrative councils that fit above the legislative assembly where everything is, and have 66 of these or more, and start to clear things up. Each one of them can work, you see. But otherwise, where's the finding of some positive adaptive condition, and everything is only just a bulldozed divide, and shouldn't it be just the path of least resistance? So, and taking the higher ground, isn't it that everybody really has laughter? But what happens when somebody is laughing at you? And isn't it that you could be inclusive about that and laugh as well? All it really is a positive about using don't work, can't you, try but must only, and being positive inside, and then it's going to work for you. But otherwise, maybe those words should be left alone until something could be able to be positive inside, and you've gained room, and so that you've dissipated whatever it would be that's no longer walked off, and it doesn't have to be, because nothing exists there to be walked off anymore. And so you really reunited more the parts, and you've avoided conscious objection where you are, because you've really got style and way to do that. You could be using modal operator as a possibility, like I wonder if it may be. And it's certain that the pen is mightier than the sword. And who's first quick smart to go grovel, and they reckon they've got good strength of grovel, is showing they've got a good strength of stupidity and steadiness. And so it's really an avoided conscious objection where somebody is more, and because you're finding ways to resolve conflict, and you're welcoming more the parts that you're wanting to integrate. And so as you're not isolating anything, but you're making things clean by not having overlay anything. And so, if somebody was isolated in the world, like happened, and they didn't know the war had finished, when they lived there for 30 more years, but they were isolated and never knew the outside world, and there was no alterations that ever could have come along, so over 30 years they were very loyal, kept their uniform, everybody was ready, and it was only that a high-ranking soldier would have had to come along to clear up the mess there and welcome them home, and gradually they could be told, of course, that they lost the war or whatever, but they'd have to be treated as heroes and this sort of thing. And now it could be integrated back into society, but ever more fulfilledness is like you're talking, and a bonus is where will is, and where will is directed that's needed, it really could be disciplined and have some resistance to that. And yet if you don't ignore that but focus on what's positive and integrate all the parts, which in this metaphor we just talked about is really a more learnedness for you or I, more to grow and have recognizedness and to use these things more as a muscle. And so you've got otherwise a conflicted communication often going on, and somebody should really learn about like what's congruent and not be having sequential and simultaneous types of incongruencies sort of going on. You really should be seeking positive adaptive condition to integrate and to future pace a new movement experience more, and you're wiring in this through whole brain functioning synesthesia technique. And to do that, you're separating the parts to integrate them, and you're finding what the positive adaptive reason is behind this. And each part there, you're correcting it, and then you're bringing things together. Like you could just bring your hands together, building one in the air and the other, and slowly bringing things together as a synesthesia technique. You see, so I'm giving a bit of insight into how it could be possible to use non-verbal and verbal language and things like this. But it's a really great learning that people could have to be able to have focus on agreement and this sort of thing. But anyway, I think that's pretty good, what we've done today, mate. Yeah. I reckon there's things which we could talk about coming up, but I know we get to, and that's the different types of sort of learning. There's sequential types of learning. There's gestalt sorts of learning. You really know that what is a gestalt process more, and more that the whole always, which is there in the gestalt, is greater than the sum of the parts. But shouldn't it be that people could learn how to motivate and how to get valid goal setting, and have more well-formedness in what you do? But change really does involve changing cognitive biases, and the unconscious mind is where more your unlimited ability is. And so what is your personal power? And when you've got a psychosoma balance, you've really got a whole range of things like silica, sulfur. You've got lots of micronutrient things, because life begets life and dead begets dead. But decision making and strategy, it all does involve neurotransmitters, and it involves your good health and everything, and clearing away learned helplessness. So anyway, I think that when we come back to talk a bit more, maybe we would talk a bit more about these things. But you basically really we've been today talking a bit about how someone could apply whole brain functioning direction more in the way that they use their whole body movement sense, how that's engaged in language. So words like on, off, up, down, in, out, forward, back, turning are words that involve whole body movement. And then how integrated are things, and is it that you're moving toward what's pleasurable versus a pain? Are you moving away from pain? Or are you been moving away from pleasure? You see? Yes? Using direction in the wrong way. So when somebody gets all this sorted out, honest to God, you're clearing up a lot of personality disorder, basically.
Wow. It's all together, and by acting the right way, it also changes the...
It's analog sculpting. Yes.
Okay.
So, for instance, an inner smile, undetectable much, it is going to cause coolness more of your brain.
Okay.
Putting the shoulders back and the heart out, it is going to cause you to feel pride. Yeah.
I was working with a trainer today on that to open up the upper rib cage. I think he said it was pinched. It just reminded me of the pulling the shoulders back and.
Yeah, the spine should be sort of inside the body. You'll notice that as people get older, or whatever, decrepit, the spine comes to be outside the body, and the ribs hang off it. And it's no longer inside the body. It's supposed to be. It becomes more and more on the outside of the body, and it's all this head forward stuff that people do, and then they have pillows, and they're not there. Their spine is no longer straight. So you've got a cerebral spinal pump at the bottom of the base of the spine, and that cerebral spinal fluid has to flow up the spine, and it's replaced every 7 hours or so, 7.5 hours. And you've got 2 ventricles up in the top of your head, which is filled with this fluid and is producing it. And so without the sacral pump in the bottom, so for instance, most people are very rounded backed. They don't have any tension in the stomach to have muscle there. They sit blown out with the stomach blown out, and they sit with a rounded back, blown out, and hunched shoulders. And to do that, your head becomes so far forward that you have to have huge sternomastoid muscles to hold your head up. But eventually that all causes, atlas not to be in a proper stead. And that atlas then can cause the autonomic nervous system not to function properly, parasympathetic and sympathetic. It can put a brake over it. The vagus nervous system can do that. And the atlas can do that by it not having its proper alignment. Yeah.
Wow. Adjust self in chair.
He just went in about 10 minutes ago.
Oh, he went in?
Yeah, just 10 minutes ago. He's been sitting out here. Oh, he might be having a shower. Huh? He might be having a shower. All right, mate. Lukey, anything else, mate?
I'm sorry, I already made plans. So I was just thinking today, actually, about that head forward thing with the hallucinating, right?
Yeah, because head forward causes people to hallucinate a lot. Yeah, definitely. And a spinal alignment doesn't let proper, cerebral spinal fluid flow like it should. And it's your pelvic area which actually is that pump. It pumps things up the spine. It can, it cause, cleanness and detoxification, that fluid only ever is replaced, like I said, every 7.5 hours. But if you're not sitting proper or you don't have the pump at the top of the palate working, you don't have pineal and pituitary gland secretions working either. You do as the spine is in alignment, okay? Yeah.
Nice. These, on a spectrum? They're on these behaviors, like, part of a spectrum?
Oh, is what part of the spectrum, mate? Is
So let's see. You had a list of different behaviors, including micro expressions and.
Yeah. Yes, I see. Oh, micro expressions. Yes. It's amazing because you can see a lot of things going on which most people aren't looking at. But if you do, then you could really see a hell of a lot more going on. You're able to read everything more. You see. So otherwise, it's really not easy to be able to guess, but you really could see things going on more. What the family of sort of emotions, got 15 different emotions, and 3 or 4 could be being expressed sequentially or simultaneously, you see. Yeah. And so these micro expressions all are where conflictedness is, because when somebody's in an integrated state, you really don't see any of that at all.
Amazing. So, excuse me for assuming, I guess this is like a module of reading specific techniques of reading the.
Yeah, our Jub's instrument, which teaches people how to be able to see whole brain functioning and what degree that somebody is living in whole brain patterning. It causes you to be able to, after you've read the instrument, understand it, you could start to look at your own behaviour and move your own behaviour more toward whole brain functioning itself. So as you've got first component of the instrument really relates to how associated you are, how do you show up. And so basically everybody gets a bit of a score anyway, when you show up. But why shouldn't you show up so good? Because like we started out to say, which who's to know if you recorded it, people remember you. It's in the first 7 seconds they're going to remember everything, and if they like you, that's it. You see, you've done something to like them. Maybe you looked at them through your left eye and you looked into their left eye, so you knew how to look at people. But most people, if I said, hey, do you know that eye contact is important? Most people put their hand up. Oh, good, yes. And now, do you know how to have eye contact? Put your hand up. And then most people don't put their hand up. So there's a lot of things which really you and I, we could be better and it's non-verbal. Who has any education in non-verbal? It's 90% of everything that's going on, and that's in vision and in auditory and in kinesthetic sort of motor sequencing types of feeling and things. And so how the senses are being used, and are they? Or is it just that somebody's in a stuck state, so they're only ever in a kinesthetic state, not really accessing or exiting information in auditory or vision? But more whole brain patternedness is coming from interest and pleasure and happiness stimulate whole brain functioning, and aversion causes limited mind function, you see, yeah? And so you'll notice that when somebody's in a averse state, if they can't get out of that, every single thing that is, it's only associated, it's all connected with the don't, won't, can't, should, try, but, must, only. Everything's coming from aversion. All their behaviour is modulated by a flexor, not an extensor muscle. And most people looking at it, they will straight away tell you that they don't want to go in there because why? Well, it's got too much akimbo going on. And so you've got a lot of lone wolves. Couldn't you practice actually what's more social though? Yes, you can. You could learn this, you see, yeah? So that's what our show's been about today, I say. Yeah.
Thank you very much, David.
Yeah.
So, I'm really sorry if it's necessary. I don't know what you would want to do if that first half hour we need to get.
Oh, that's okay. We'll do things again or anything. It's all good. Yeah, that's okay, mate. Check it out and see what you've got. How good is that? Fantastic, mate. Don't worry about that. We can go over it for sure. Everything which is, like we said, in the piece that you've recorded, lots of things is within it, and the whole more is in the part, and the part is in the whole. Yeah. Yeah. So it's all good, mate.
Amazing.
All right. Okay, we love you, mate. We'll catch up to each other in the next show. We'll find out what we need to yeah,
Okay.
if we need to go over something or not. Love you, mate.
Thank you so much.
Love you, mate. Love you, mate. Come on.
Have a great night.
Come on.